Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The fog rolled off Gotham Harbor that Tuesday evening like a living thing, soft and grey and forgiving, wrapping the city's harsh edges in gentle obscurity. Batman moved through the East End on his patrol route, the familiar rhythm of his cape cutting through mist that muffled even the sounds of distant sirens. It was the kind of night when Gotham almost seemed peaceful, when shadows felt protective rather than threatening, when the city's troubles seemed manageable rather than overwhelming. The first unusual report had reached the GCPD 3 days earlier. Night shift guards at Arkham Asylum describing patients humming in perfect harmony during the quiet hours between midnight and dawn. Not the random chaotic vocalizations that sometimes echoed through psychiatric facilities, but coordinated musical phrases that seemed to flow from cell to cell like a gentle river of sound. Commissioner Gordon had mentioned it during their last rooftop meeting, his tone suggesting he wasn't sure whether to be concerned or intrigued. The guards say it's actually pleasant, Gordon had said, his weathered face puzzled. They're reporting better moods, easier shifts. Patients who are usually agitated during night hours are calm. Whatever's happening, it seems to be helping. Now, as Batman made his way toward Arkham through the fog-shrouded streets, he carried with him a collection of incident reports that told a more detailed story. Violent episodes in the asylum had decreased by 40% over the past 3 months. Sleep disturbances were down significantly. Several patients had shown marked improvement in their response to traditional therapy, and through it all, the mysterious midnight harmonies continued. Night after night, as regular as tide. The asylum emerged from the fog like a Gothic cathedral, its windows glowing warmly in the mist. Batman had expected the usual harsh institutional lighting, but tonight Arkham seemed almost welcoming, its towers softened by moisture and distance, into something that resembled hope more than containment. He entered through his usual consultation route, using credentials that identified him as Dr. Wayne, psychiatric consultant. The night staff recognized him now, had grown comfortable with his occasional late evening visits to review treatment protocols and patient progress. What they didn't know was that these visits often continued long after official hours, as Batman investigated the mysteries that institutional daylight never revealed. The corridors of Arkham at 2 a.m. possessed their own peculiar atmosphere. The harsh fluorescent lighting was dimmed to gentle amber, creating pools of warm illumination connected by stretches of comfortable shadow. The sounds were different too, less of the mechanical hum of ventilation systems, more of the subtle human sounds that indicated a building full of people at rest. And underneath it all, barely audible but definitely present, was the humming. Batman paused in the main corridor, listening. The sound was not coming from any single location, but seemed to permeate the building itself, a low, harmonious drone that felt more like a lullaby than anything resembling madness. Individual voices could be distinguished within the collective sound. some higher, some lower, some adding melodic variations while others maintained steady bass notes that provided foundation for the entire composition. It was beautiful. That realization struck Batman with unexpected force. Whatever was happening in Arkham during these midnight hours was creating something genuinely beautiful, something that transformed the asylum from a place of containment into something approaching sanctuary. He followed the sound toward the music therapy wing, a section of the facility that had been renovated 2 years earlier to provide patients with access to instruments and structured musical activities. The director of the program was Dr. Melody Tran, a young psychiatrist whose innovative approaches to therapy had earned respect from both patients and colleagues. Batman found Dr. Tran in her office, working by the light of a single desk lamp, while the humming continued around her like a gentle musical embrace. She looked up as he entered, and he saw no surprise in her expression, only the careful wariness of someone protecting something precious. "Dr. Wayne," she said, gesturing to a chair across from her desk. "I wondered when you'd come to investigate the reports. The incident reduction statistics are remarkable," Batman said, settling into the offered seat. "A 40% decrease in violent episodes is unprecedented for any therapeutic intervention." Dr. Tran's smile was small but genuine. "Yes, it is. The patients are different during these night hours. Calmer, more connected to each other and to themselves. They seem to find something in the music that traditional therapy hasn't been able to provide. But you don't know why," Batman observed, studying her face in the amber lamplight. "The reports suggest the harmonic patterns began spontaneously. No organized program, no scheduled activities. The patients simply began humming together during night hours, and the therapeutic benefits followed." Dr. Tran's hands moved restlessly across the papers on her desk. Patient charts, musical notation, frequency analysis graphs that suggested a deeper investigation than simple observation. "It's more complex than that," she said finally. "The music isn't random. There are patterns, mathematical relationships between the frequencies that seem designed to produce specific neurochemical responses." She opened a folder, revealing pages covered with musical notation that looked more like architectural blueprints than traditional compositions. The notes formed geometric patterns, spirals and fractals that seemed to mirror the structure of neural pathways. "Diva's compositions are extraordinarily sophisticated," Dr. Tran continued. "They incorporate mathematical ratios that affect brainwave patterns, frequency combinations that can interrupt manic episodes, harmonic progressions that seem to reduce paranoid delusions. Whoever designed this system understands both music theory and neurochemistry at a level that rivals any university researcher." Batman studied the notation, recognizing the mathematical precision that underlay the seemingly organic musical flow. But these patterns didn't emerge from group collaboration. They're too coherent, too intentionally structured. Someone is composing this music. Dr. Tran nodded slowly. Someone with access to the patients, knowledge of their individual psychological patterns, and the mathematical ability to create therapeutic compositions tailored to their specific needs. She paused, her expression growing more guarded. Someone who might not be officially authorized to run therapeutic programs. The implication hung in the air between them like a bridge waiting to be crossed. Batman had investigated enough institutional mysteries to recognize the signs. A dedicated professional protecting an unorthodox treatment that produced undeniable results. Dr. Tran knew who was creating the therapeutic music, and she was choosing to shield that information out of loyalty to results rather than regulations. Show me the patients who are responding most dramatically to the music, Batman said. They moved through the corridors, their footsteps soft on floors that seemed to vibrate gently with the ongoing harmonic resonance. The humming grew more distinct as they approached the patient cells, individual voices becoming recognizable within the collective composition. Marcus Mockingbird Wright was their first stop, a patient whose audio hallucinations had made him violent and unpredictable. Marcus had been one of Arkham's most challenging cases for over 2 years. But tonight, as they peered through the reinforced window of his cell, he sat peacefully on his cot, his lips moving in time with the building-wide harmony. His posture was relaxed, his expression serene. His hallucinations have decreased by 70%, Dr. Tran whispered. The chaotic voices in his head seemed to be organized by the external music, channeled into something coherent rather than destructive. He's been able to participate in group therapy for the first time since his arrival. They moved to the next cell, where Elena Vasquez, a patient with severe bipolar disorder, lay sleeping peacefully despite being in the midst of what should have been a manic episode. Her breathing was deep and regular, synchronized with the rhythm of the surrounding music. She should be awake and agitated, Dr. Tran explained. Her manic phases usually involve 3 or 4 days of sleeplessness, paranoid energy, destructive behavior. But the music seems to regulate her neurochemical cycles, allowing her brain to find rest even during psychological storms. Cell after cell revealed similar transformations. Patients who had been considered untreatable were finding stability, communication, even moments of genuine peace. The music that flowed through Arkham's walls was accomplishing what years of traditional therapy had not, reaching the core of psychological disorders and providing relief from symptoms that medication could barely touch. But it was the cell at the end of the corridor that provided the answer to Batman's investigation. Victor Zazax sat in meditation pose on the floor of his specialized containment unit, his scarred arms extended before him in precise geometric positions. In the dim light, the scars that covered his body were visible as intricate patterns, raised marks that formed complex designs across his skin. Batman had seen those scars before, had studied them during previous encounters with Zanash. He had always assumed they were random marks of psychological disturbance, evidence of self-harm driven by mental illness. But now, seeing them in the context of the therapeutic music, he recognized them for what they truly were. Musical notation carved into living flesh. Victor Zazach, Batman said, understanding flooding through him like cold water. He's the composer. Dr. Tran nodded reluctantly. His scars form a complete musical notation system. Under specific lighting conditions, the raised patterns become readable as mathematical compositions. He's been translating these patterns into the therapeutic music that's transformed this wing of the facility. Batman studied Zajas through the reinforced glass, seeing the serial killer with entirely new understanding. The man who had once carved marks into his skin to commemorate his victims had transformed that same compulsion into a system for creating healing. The scars that documented his descent into madness had become the tools for helping others find their way back to sanity. How is it possible? Batman asked. How does he know what frequencies will help specific patients? He listens, Dr. Tran said simply, not just to their words, but to the rhythms of their breathing, the patterns of their movement, even the frequencies of their brain activity that he seems to sense somehow. Victor experiences sound differently than the rest of us. He can hear the mathematical relationships that govern neurochemical processes. She led Batman to an observation chamber where they could watch Zed's work without disturbing his concentration. The serial killer remained in his meditation pose, but now Batman could see the subtle movements of his fingers as they traced patterns across his scarred arms, reading the musical notation embedded in his own flesh. He spends 4 hours each night composing new therapeutic sequences, Dr. Tran explained. He analyzes each patient's psychological patterns, identifies the frequency combinations that will provide the most benefit, then translates those mathematical relationships into music that the other patients can produce through humming and vocalization. Batman watched Zazash's fingers move across the scars on his forearm, following spirals and geometric patterns that formed complete musical compositions. He's reading his own body like sheet music. More than that, Dr. Tran said. He's constantly updating and refining the compositions based on patient response. If someone shows signs of agitation, despite the therapeutic music, Victor adjusts the frequencies, changes the harmonic progressions, fine-tunes the neurochemical effects until the optimal therapeutic response is achieved. The realization struck Batman with profound force. Victor Zazier, who had once killed methodically and without apparent emotion, was now dedicating the same methodical precision to healing. His psychological pathology remained, but it had been redirected toward constructive rather than destructive ends. Why, Batman asked. What motivated him to use his abilities therapeutically rather than continue his pattern of violence? Dr. Tran was quiet for a long moment, watching Sensar's trace complex patterns across the scars that covered his chest and shoulders. I think, she said finally, he couldn't stand the chaotic noise of uncontrolled madness. Victor's mind seeks order, patterns, mathematical precision. The random sounds of psychological distress, screaming, crying, incoherent muttering, were as disturbing to him as silence is to most people. She gestured toward the cell where Zesash continued his silent composition. This allows him to create order from chaos, to transform the cacophony of mental illness into something harmonious and healing. He's not seeking redemption. I don't think he's capable of that kind of emotional self-awareness. He simply prefers his fellow inmates tuned properly, as he once told me. Batman found himself studying the scars with new appreciation for their complexity. What he had once seen as evidence of psychological breakdown, he now recognized as an extraordinary fusion of mathematical genius and musical innovation. Sosash had essentially turned his own body into a living library of therapeutic compositions. How do you work with him? Batman asked. How do you translate his scar-based notation into music the other patients can produce? Dr. Tran smiled, the first genuinely relaxed expression he had seen from her. That's where the real collaboration happens. Follow me. She led him deeper into the music therapy wing, toward a recording studio that had been installed as part of the facility's renovation. Through a large window, Batman could see a complex array of audio equipment. Microphones, synthesizers, recording devices, and analysis software that looked more like something from a research laboratory than a traditional music studio. Victor and I meet here 3 times a week, Dr. Tran explained, settling at a control console that faced the recording booth through reinforced glass. He sits in the booth and traces his scar patterns while I record and analyze the mathematical relationships he's indicating. Then I translate those mathematical formulas into musical compositions that human voices can produce. She demonstrated by playing a recording from their most recent session. Zasha's voice could be heard describing frequency relationships in precise mathematical terms, while his fingers presumably traced the corresponding patterns on his scarred flesh. Dr. Tran's software translated these descriptions into visual waveforms, then into traditional musical notation. The final step is testing, she continued. We play the compositions for volunteer patients during daytime therapy sessions, monitoring their psychological and physiological responses. Victor analyzes the data and adjusts the mathematical relationships until we achieve optimal therapeutic effect. Batman listened to several recordings, amazed by the precision of Zasha's musical mathematics. Each composition was tailored to specific psychological conditions, using frequency combinations and harmonic progressions that seemed to directly influence brain chemistry. It was music as medicine, sound as psychiatric intervention. The night sessions, Batman said, beginning to understand the complete system. The patients aren't just randomly humming. They're performing Victor's therapeutic composition. Exactly, Dr. Tran confirmed. During evening medication rounds, I play recordings of the new compositions. Patients with good auditory memory pick up the patterns and begin humming them during quiet hours. Others join in, and gradually the entire wing begins producing the therapeutic frequencies that Victor has calculated for maximum healing benefit. It was an extraordinary system, a serial killer using his mathematical genius to create healing music, a dedicated psychiatrist translating psychological pathology into therapeutic intervention, and dozens of patients unknowingly participating in their own treatment through collective musical expression. Batman spent the remainder of the night observing the system in action. In the recording studio, he watched Dr. Tran work with audio equipment that allowed her to analyze the therapeutic effects of different frequency combinations in real time. In the observation chambers, he studied patients whose psychological conditions were responding to musical interventions that traditional medicine couldn't explain or replicate. And in Victor Zashna's cell, he watched a man who had once embodied the worst of human evil, now dedicating his considerable intellectual gifts to the healing of others. Not from altruism. Zash remained psychologically incapable of genuine empathy, but from a compulsive need for order that had found constructive rather than destructive expression. As dawn approached, the building-wide harmony gradually faded. Patients settled into deeper sleep, their medication-assisted rest enhanced by hours of therapeutic sound that had regulated their brain chemistry and provided relief from symptoms that conventional treatment struggled to address. Batman found Dr. Tran in her office, completing her nightly documentation of patient responses and therapeutic outcomes. Her records were meticulous, tracking not just behavioral changes, but physiological markers that demonstrated the music's effects on neurotransmitter production, sleep patterns, and stress hormone levels. The ethical implications are complex, she said, without looking up from her notes. I'm collaborating with a serial killer to provide therapy to other patients. Victor's participation isn't exactly voluntary. It's driven by psychological compulsion rather than conscious choice to help others. And the patients receiving treatment don't know the source of the therapeutic music. Batman considered her concerns, recognizing the genuine moral dilemma she faced. But the results are undeniable. Patients are improving in ways that traditional therapy hasn't achieved. Violence is down, communication is up, and people who were considered untreatable are finding stability. Dr. Tran nodded slowly. That's what makes it so difficult. I know I should report Victor's involvement to the administration, should probably terminate a program that operates outside normal therapeutic protocols. But when I see Marcus sleeping peacefully instead of fighting his audio hallucinations, when Elena maintains stable moods despite her bipolar condition, When patients who haven't spoken in months begin participating in group therapy, she gestured helplessly. How do I sacrifice their progress for the sake of regulatory compliance? Batman understood her dilemma completely. He had faced similar choices throughout his career, moments when doing what was officially right might prevent doing what was actually helpful. The rigid application of rules could sometimes interfere with the more important goal of achieving positive outcomes. What if we could formalize the program, he suggested. Document the therapeutic benefits, create official protocols that acknowledge Victor's contributions while maintaining appropriate oversight and patient consent. Dr. Tran looked up from her notes, hope flickering in her tired eyes. You think the administration would accept a program based on compositions created by a serial killer? I think, Batman said carefully, they would accept a program that reduces violent incidents by 40%, regardless of its source. The key is presenting the results in terms that emphasize therapeutic benefits, rather than focusing on unconventional methods. Over the following weeks, Batman worked with Dr. Tran to develop a comprehensive presentation for Arkham's medical review board. They documented every aspect of the music therapy program's success, from statistical reduction in violent episodes to individual case studies showing dramatic patient improvement. The challenge was framing Victor's involvement in terms that would be acceptable to institutional oversight. They described him as a patient consultant with unusual mathematical abilities and heightened auditory sensitivity. His scar-based notation system was presented as a unique form of mathematical expression that could be translated into therapeutic music through appropriate professional supervision. The presentation emphasized Dr. Tran's role as the licensed professional who ensured all therapeutic interventions met medical standards and ethical guidelines. Victor's contributions were portrayed as raw material that required professional interpretation and clinical application, unusual source material, but not fundamentally different from other forms of patient feedback that informed treatment planning. When the review board convened to evaluate the program, Batman attended as Dr. Wayne, consultant psychiatrist. The statistical evidence was overwhelming. No other intervention in Arkham's history had produced such dramatic and sustained improvements in patient behavior and treatment response. The methodology is unconventional, admitted Dr. Richardson, Arkham's chief administrator, but the results speak for themselves. If we can maintain appropriate oversight and ensure patient safety, I see no reason why the program shouldn't continue. The board approved the music therapy program with official recognition and increased funding. Victor's involvement was acknowledged, but carefully defined within appropriate boundaries. Dr. Tran received additional staff and equipment to support the program's expansion to other wings of the facility. Most importantly, patients who had been responding to the therapeutic music would continue to receive treatment that was helping them in ways that traditional approaches had not achieved. Batman observed the program's growth with satisfaction and ongoing fascination. Zazed continued his nightly composition work, tracing mathematical music across the scars on his flesh, while Dr. Tran translated his patterns into therapeutic sound. The midnight harmonies grew more sophisticated and more effective as more patients learned to participate in the collective musical healing. But it was the individual transformations that proved most meaningful. Marcus Wright's audio hallucinations continued to diminish, allowing him to participate in social activities that had been impossible during his chaotic periods. Elena Vasquez achieved mood stability that enabled her to begin planning for eventual release. Dozens of other patients found relief from symptoms that had seemed intractable, discovering possibilities for recovery that had been hidden beneath their pathology. Victor himself showed signs of psychological stability that his doctors had never expected. The structure and purpose provided by his therapeutic composition work seemed to organize his fragmented mental processes, giving him a sense of identity and meaning that reduced his own destructive impulses. "He's not becoming a different person," Dr. Tran explained during one of Batman's regular consultations. "Victor is still psychologically incapable of genuine empathy or remorse, but he's found a way to use his pathological need for order constructively, rather than destructively. In helping others find psychological harmony, he's discovered a form of stability for himself." The program attracted attention from psychiatric facilities throughout the country, though replication proved difficult without someone with Victor's unique combination of mathematical genius and auditory sensitivity. Instead, the success at Arkham inspired research into music therapy applications and encouraged other institutions to explore unconventional therapeutic approaches. But Tran began consulting with other facilities, teaching workshops on mathematical approaches to therapeutic music, and encouraging mental health professionals to consider non-traditional sources of healing insight. She always emphasized the importance of professional oversight and ethical boundaries, but she also advocated for openness to therapeutic breakthroughs that might emerge from unexpected sources. On one of his final observation visits, Batman stood in the corridor outside Victor's cell during the peak of the Midnight Harmony session. The building around him resonated with sound that had been mathematically designed to heal, created by a man who had once used his intelligence for systematic killing, but now dedicated the same precision to systematic healing. The transformation was not complete. Victor remained a dangerous individual whose psychological pathology required constant monitoring and containment. But within the boundaries of his condition, he had found a way to contribute to something larger than his own destructive impulses. His mathematical genius, once used to catalog death, now created algorithms for fostering life and psychological health. Batman thought about the broader implications as he listened to the therapeutic harmonies flow through Arkham's corridors. Justice, he realized, was not always about punishment. Sometimes it was about finding ways for even the most damaged individuals to contribute positively to their communities, even if those contributions came from the same psychological patterns that had once caused harm. The patients who hummed together in the midnight darkness were participating in something revolutionary, a form of treatment that used one person's pathology as a tool for healing others' similar conditions. It was therapy that emerged from the deepest understanding of madness, created by someone who had traveled to the darkest places of human psychology and somehow found a way to map routes back toward light. As Batman prepared to leave Arkham that night, he paused to listen to the building web harmony one more time. The sound was hauntingly beautiful, a mathematical composition that touched something deeper than conscious thought, reaching into the neurochemical foundations of mood and perception to create therapeutic effects that conventional medicine struggled to achieve. In the morning, patients would wake refreshed and more stable than they had been in months or years. Violent incidents would remain at historic lows. Group therapy sessions would be more productive. Doctors and nurses would report easier shifts and more hopeful interactions with people who had seemed beyond help. And in his cell, Victor Zassis would spend the day tracing new patterns across his scars, reading the mathematical music embedded in his own flesh, composing fresh therapeutic sequences that would bring another night of healing harmony to Arkham's corridors. Not from redemption, but from a compulsive need for order that had finally found constructive expression. The music therapy ward had become more than a treatment program. It had become proof that healing could emerge from the most unlikely sources, that even the most damaged minds might contain keys to unlocking recovery for others. It was a testament to the possibility that pathology and therapy were not opposites, but different expressions of the same human complexity, capable of transformation when guided by professional skill and ethical commitment. As the fog lifted from Gotham Harbor and dawn approached, the midnight harmonies faded into memory and hope, but their therapeutic effects would linger throughout the day, and when night returned, the healing music would resume, mathematical and precise, and beautiful beyond measure. While therapeutic music brings harmony to troubled minds, another section of Arkham harbors mysteries that paint themselves into existence during the deepest hours of night. In spaces where dreams take physical form and silent patients find voices through clay and canvas, a different kind of healing unfolds through artistic expression that shouldn't be possible. Join us for midnight art sessions. The first anomaly appeared in a maintenance report that crossed Batman's desk on a Tuesday evening in late autumn. Custodial staff at Arkham Asylum had noted paint residue on the floors of the art therapy room. Fresh acrylic in blues and greys that hadn't been there when they'd locked the room the previous night. Security footage showed the corridors empty, the therapy room sealed and undisturbed, yet someone had been painting. Bruce Wayne studied the report in the quiet of the Batcave, autumn rain pattering against the cave's hidden skylights. Such small mysteries often revealed larger truths, and in a place like Arkham, impossible occurrences demanded investigation. He cross-referenced the maintenance logs with patient records, looking for inmates with access to art supplies or privileges that might explain the anomaly. What he found deepened the puzzle. 3 separate incidents over the past month, all following the same pattern. Evidence of nighttime artistic activity in a secured room, with no corresponding security breaches or staff oversight. The paint residue showed sophisticated color mixing, deliberate brush techniques, work that suggested not random vandalism but purposeful creation. Batman's first visit to Arkham that week came during normal operating hours. He walked the corridors with Dr. Sarah Chen, the facility's art therapist, a woman in her 30s whose gentle demeanor concealed sharp intelligence. Her therapy room was spacious and well lit, filled with easels and supplies organized with the careful attention of someone who understood that creativity required both freedom and structure. The maintenance reports mention unusual paint traces, Batman said, examining the room's security measures. Standard magnetic locks, motion sensors, cameras covering every angle, nothing that should allow unauthorized access. Dr. Chen's expression grew guarded. Yes, we've noticed some irregularities. Paint that appears overnight, supplies that seem to have been used, but our security footage shows nothing. The room remains locked, the patients all accounted for in their cells. Batman studied her face, noting the careful choice of words, the way her eyes didn't quite meet his. Dr. Chen knew more than she was admitting, but her protective instincts were engaged. Whatever was happening in this room, she considered it worth defending. "May I review the security footage?" he asked. Dr. Chen hesitated, then nodded. "Of course, though I think you'll find it incomplete." That evening, Batman reviewed hours of Arkham's overnight surveillance footage. The art therapy room remained consistently empty, the hallways showing only the scheduled rounds of night staff. Yet the maintenance reports continued to document evidence of activity, not just paint traces now, but partial artworks left on easels, sketches abandoned on tables, color palettes mixed with professional precision. The mystery deepened when Batman cross-referenced the dates of artistic activity with patient medical records. Each morning after evidence was found, several patients showed subtle changes in behavior. Marcus Wright, prone to violent outbursts, remained calm and focused. Elena Vasquez, who typically refused to speak, participated more actively in group sessions. Thomas Greenwald, a paranoid schizophrenic, showed decreased agitation and improved sleep patterns. It was as if the impossible midnight art sessions were providing therapeutic benefits that traditional treatment couldn't match. Batman's investigation led him to study each patient who showed these improvements, looking for connections. What he found challenged his understanding of Arkham's security and the nature of the inmates' conditions. The improved patients were housed in different wings, under different security levels, with no obvious means of communication or coordination. Yet their simultaneous behavioral changes suggested a shared experience. The breakthrough came when Batman decided to remain in Arkham overnight, hidden in the observation areas above the art therapy room. He arrived at 11:30 p.m., settling into the shadows of the room's upper gallery, where maintenance catwalks provided concealed viewing angles. The facility around him settled into its nighttime rhythm: skeleton staff, automated systems, the peculiar quiet of a place where dangerous minds rested uneasily. At exactly midnight, the impossible began. The room's temperature dropped noticeably, and Batman's breath misted in the suddenly cool air. The magnetic lock on the therapy room door disengaged with a soft click, though no one had operated the controls. Then, figures began entering the room, but not through the door. They emerged from the walls themselves, stepping out of solid surfaces like walking through water. Human figures, perfectly formed but with a subtle wrongness to their proportions, as if they were sculptures given life rather than living beings given form. Batman counted 7 of them, each distinct in height and build, each moving with purpose toward the art supply, and the figures worked in complete silence, selecting brushes and paints with practiced familiarity. They moved to easels and canvases, beginning work on paintings with confident, deliberate strokes. There was no hesitation in their movements, no uncertainty about color or composition. Each figure painted as if executing a vision already fully formed in their mind. Batman studied the figures more closely, noting details that confirmed his growing suspicion. One figure's movements echoed the nervous energy of Marcus Wright. Another's careful, precise brushstrokes matched Elena Vasquez's methodical approach to any task. These weren't random intruders. They were somehow connected to Arkham's patients, operating while the patients' bodies remained secured in their cells. For 2 hours, Batman watched the impossible art session unfold. The figures painted with extraordinary skill, creating works that seemed to express emotions too complex for words. One canvas showed a storm-tossed ship finding calm harbor. Another depicted a maze with multiple paths leading to light. A third showed hands reaching toward each other across a vast divide. As dawn approached, the figures completed their work with the same silent efficiency they had shown throughout. They cleaned their brushes, organized their supplies, and left their paintings propped against easels to dry. Then, as mysteriously as they had arrived, they walked back into the walls and disappeared. The magnetic lock re-engaged. The temperature returned to normal. The art therapy room stood exactly as it had before midnight, except for the presence of 7 new paintings that chronicled deep emotional journeys through color and form. Batman remained hidden until Dr. Chen arrived at 8 a.m. for her morning preparations. Her reaction to the new paintings confirmed what he had suspected. This was not the first time she had discovered overnight artworks, and her lack of surprise suggested she had been protecting this phenomenon for some time. She moved through the room, examining each painting with the careful attention of a professional evaluator. Her notes were detailed, documenting not just the technical aspects of the work, but emotional and psychological insights that suggested she understood the deeper meaning behind each piece. Batman waited until Dr. Chen had completed her morning routine before revealing himself. She didn't seem entirely surprised to find him there. "You've been watching," she said, not turning from the painting she was studying, the image of hands reaching across a divide. "How long?" "Long enough to see the midnight session," Batman replied, stepping from the shadows. "The question is, how long you've been facilitating them." Dr. Chen set down her notepad, her expression resolving into the determined stance of someone prepared to defend their actions. 3 months, ever since I realized that the patients were experiencing something extraordinary. Traditional art therapy helps, but this, she gestured at the paintings surrounding them, this reaches parts of their minds that conscious creation can't touch. "Who is it possible?" Batman asked. "Clayface," Dr. Chen said simply. "Basil Carlo. He's in the High Secretary wing, but his abilities extend far beyond what our containment protocols account for. During his more lucid periods, he's been creating what he calls dream avatars, clay constructs that carry the psychological patterns of other patients. They allow severely restricted inmates to experience art therapy while their physical bodies remain secured." Batman studied the paintings with new understanding. Each one was a window into a patient's inner world, expressed through an avatar that could access creativity and emotion that the patient's waking mind kept locked away. It was therapy that bypassed conscious resistance and fear, reaching directly to the core of psychological trauma and healing need. "The ethical implications," Batman began, "are complex," Dr. Chen finished. "I know. These sessions happen without conscious consent from the patients, but the therapeutic benefits are undeniable. Patients who participate show remarkable improvements in emotional regulation, decreased aggression, better sleep patterns, and Basil, maintaining the avatars, gives his abilities constructive purpose. It's healing him too." Batman walked to the wall where the paintings from previous nights were displayed, dozens of artworks that created a collective mural of psychological healing. The images flowed together in ways that suggested deeper connections, as if the individual patient's art was contributing to a larger narrative about recovery and hope. "This mural," he said, studying the patterns, "it's predictive, isn't it? You can tell which patients are improving by how their avatar's art integrates with the overall composition." Dr. Jin nodded, joining him before the wall of paintings. The avatars seem to express not just individual psychological states, but collective healing dynamics. When a patient's avatar begins painting images that connect harmoniously with others, it usually precedes breakthrough moments in their conscious therapy. When the art becomes discordant or isolated, it often signals potential relapses. Batman traced visual connections between paintings, seeing how themes and colors linked across different sessions. A patient's painting of a locked door in one session connected to another's painting of a key. Images of storms in some paintings corresponded to images of shelter in others. The collective artwork was creating a support network that transcended the patient's physical isolation. "Show me Clayface's cell," Batman said. They moved through Arkham's corridors toward the high security wing, where Basil Carlo was housed in a specially designed containment unit. The cell was larger than standard accommodations, with reinforced walls and a complex climate control system designed to prevent him from using temperature changes to alter his molecular structure. Inside, Basil sat in deep meditation, his clay form held in perfect stillness. But even in his motionless state, Batman could observe subtle shifts in his surface, microscopic movements that suggested internal activity far beyond what his peaceful posture implied. "Spend 6 hours each night maintaining the avatars," Dr. Chen explained, her voice lowered to avoid disturbing the meditation. "It requires extraordinary concentration and physical control. The mental discipline alone would be impressive for someone without his psychological conditions." Batman studied Basil's medical files, noting the periods of lucidity that had become longer and more frequent since the midnight sessions began. The man who had once lost himself entirely to his shape-shifting abilities was finding stability through helping others express their own transformations. He's not just creating avatars, Batman realized. He's processing his own fragmented psychology by helping others organize theirs. Dr. Chen smiled, the first genuinely relaxed expression he had seen from her. Exactly. Basil's condition involves a fundamental confusion about identity and form. By creating stable avatars for other patients, he's learning to maintain stable forms for himself. Each successful session strengthens his own psychological integration. At night, Batman returned to observe another midnight session, but this time with Dr. Chen's knowledge and cooperation. She had agreed to let him document the phenomenon properly, understanding that legitimizing the program might require unconventional evidence. The session began as before. The temperature drop, the disengaging lock, the emergence of avatars from solid walls. But now Batman could observe with deeper understanding, seeing how each avatar moved with the psychological patterns of its corresponding patient while maintaining the physical properties of Basil's clay composition. Tonight, 8 avatars participated. The new addition was immediately recognizable as Marcus Wright's construct. The nervous energy, the way it held brushes with slightly shaking hands. But as the avatar began to paint, those same shaking hands created controlled stippling effects that built up into an image of extraordinary power and beauty. The painting showed a bird breaking free from a cage, its wings spread wide against a background of storm clouds, giving way to clear sky. It was an image of liberation and hope that Marcus Wright's conscious mind, trapped in cycles of anger and violence, could never have conceived. But his avatar, accessing deeper layers of his psychology, understood his fundamental need for freedom from his own destructive pattern. Batman watched other avatars work, seeing how each one expressed aspects of their corresponding patient's personality that remained hidden during conscious therapy. Elena Vasquez's avatar painted with bold, confident strokes, despite her waking tendency toward withdrawn silence. Thomas Greenwald's construct created organized, symmetrical compositions that contrasted sharply with his paranoid disorganization during daylight hours. "They're showing us who these people could become," Batman said to Dr. Chen as they watched the session unfold. "Not just who they are in their damaged states, but who they might be if their psychological wounds could heal." Dr. Chen nodded, making notes about each avatar's work. Traditional therapy often focuses on managing symptoms or coping with trauma. This shows us the healthy personalities that exist beneath the pathology. It gives us specific healing targets, not just reducing symptoms, but uncovering the whole people who are waiting to emerge. As the night progressed, Batman observed something else remarkable. The avatars occasionally interacted with each other, sharing colors, offering brushes, even collaborating on certain sections of the larger mural. These interactions seemed to reflect emotional connections developing between the patients themselves, bonds that couldn't form during their conscious, guarded interactions. When the session ended and the avatars dissolved back into the walls, Batman and Dr. Chen spent time examining the new artworks. Tonight's paintings showed significant integration with the existing mural, suggesting that the patient community was becoming more cohesive and supportive. "We need to expand this," Batman said, studying a particularly powerful painting that showed multiple figures supporting each other up a steep mountain path. "If this kind of deep therapeutic work is possible, more patients should have access to it. Basil can only maintain so many avatars," Dr. Chen cautioned. 8 seems to be his current limit, and even that exhausts him. "We'd need to find ways to strengthen his abilities or develop alternative methods." Batman considered the challenge. His resources could provide better nutrition, advanced meditation training, even experimental therapies that might enhance Basil's natural abilities. But the core requirement would always be Basil's own willingness to continue the exhausting work of maintaining therapeutic avatars for others. The next morning, Batman arranged to meet with Basil during one of his lucid periods. The man who had once terrorized Gotham as a shape-shifting villain now spoke with quiet dignity about his newfound purpose. "I spent years not knowing who I was," Basil explained, his form held in a careful approximation of his original human appearance. "Every time I changed shape, I lost a little more of myself. But creating the avatars, it's like I'm finally learning what it means to have a stable identity by helping others find theirs." "The work is exhausting," Batman observed. "Why continue?" Basil's expression grew thoughtful because for the first time since my accident, I'm using my abilities to create rather than destroy. Those patients, their avatars show me beauty and hope I thought I'd lost forever. Elena painted a picture of her childhood home last week. Not the place where terrible things happened to her, but the memory of safety she carries inside. Thomas painted his daughter's face, perfect in every detail, even though his paranoia usually makes him forget she ever existed. He paused, his form shifting slightly as emotion threatened his concentration. "I'm not looking for redemption. I've done too much damage for that. But I can help others find parts of themselves that trauma buried. That's enough purpose for whatever time I have left." Batman found himself moved by Basil's simple dignity. Here was a man who had lost himself completely to his condition, now finding meaning through helping others maintain their own psychological coherence. It was recovery through service, healing through the act of facilitating healing in others. Over the following weeks, Batman worked with Dr. Chin to document and legitimize the midnight art sessions. They created detailed case studies showing the correlation between avatar art creation and patient improvement. They developed monitoring protocols that could track the therapeutic benefits without interfering with the process itself. The challenge was presenting the program to Arkham's administration in terms they could accept. The supernatural elements were undeniable, but needed to be framed as an extension of existing art therapy rather than something entirely unprecedented. Batman's reputation as a consultant helped open doors, but the evidence had to speak for itself. Dr. Chen presented their findings to the medical board with carefully edited video footage and comprehensive patient improvement data. The correlation between the midnight sessions and therapeutic progress was statistically significant enough to demand attention, even if the mechanism remained mysterious. Regardless of how these therapeutic breakthroughs are occurring, Dr. Chen argued, The results justify continued observation and support. We're seeing improvements in emotional regulation, decreased violent incidents, better sleep patterns, and increased participation in traditional therapy. These patients are getting better. The board approved continued monitoring of the phenomenon, along with improved resources for both the art therapy program and Basil Carlo's specialized care. It wasn't full endorsement, but it was protection for a program that was clearly producing remarkable results. As autumn deepened into winter, the midnight art sessions evolved and expanded. Basil's strength improved with better nutrition and specialized meditation training, allowing him to maintain 9 avatars simultaneously. New patients were carefully selected based on psychological profiles that suggested they might benefit from avatar-assisted therapy. The mural continued to grow, now covering all 4 walls of the art therapy room. It had become a living document of collective healing, showing the psychological journey of Arkham's patients from isolation and trauma toward connection and hope. Visitors to the facility often stopped to study the artwork, struck by its emotional power and cohesive beauty. Batman made regular visits to observe the sessions and consult with Dr. Chen about patient progress. Each visit reinforced his understanding that healing in places like Arkham required approaches that traditional medicine might never fully comprehend or accept. One particularly meaningful session occurred on the winter solstice. 9 avatars worked together on a collaborative piece, a large central painting surrounded by individual contributions that connected and supported the central theme. The central image showed a community of people, diverse in appearance but united in purpose, working together to build something beautiful from broken materials. Each avatar contributed elements that reflected their corresponding patient's unique perspective and healing journey. Marcus Wright's avatar added birds soaring freely above the scene. Elena Vasquez's construct painted detailed architectural elements that gave structure and stability to the community. Thomas Greenwald's avatar contributed perfect geometric patterns that organized the composition without constraining its creative flow. When the collaborative painting was complete, Batman understood that he was looking at more than art. He was seeing a vision of what Arkham could become. Not just a place of containment, but a community where broken people helped each other build new lives from the fragments of their former selves. "This is what my mother would have recognized," Batman told Dr. Chen as they studied the completed work. The understanding that healing happens through connection, that recovery is a community effort rather than an individual struggle. Dr. Chen nodded, adding the collaborative piece to her documentation. "The avatars are showing us that beneath their symptoms and defensive behaviors, these patients are fundamentally social beings who want to connect and contribute. Traditional isolation-based treatment often works against that basic human need." As winter progressed towards spring, the midnight art sessions became an established part of Arkham's therapeutic ecosystem. New staff members learned to work with the program rather than against it, understanding that some forms of healing couldn't be scheduled or systematized. Basil's own recovery accelerated as his sense of purpose strengthened. His lucid periods extended to entire days, and his shape-shifting abilities became more controlled and intentional. He began participating in traditional therapy sessions, using insights gained from facilitating others' healing to understand his own psychological needs. The program's success attracted attention from other facilities, though replication proved impossible without someone with Basil's unique abilities and willingness to use them therapeutically. Instead, Dr. Chen began consulting on programs that emphasized collective healing and patient-led therapeutic initiatives. One spring evening, Batman observed a session where something unprecedented occurred. One of the avatars, Elena Vasquez's construct, remained after the others had dissolved, continuing to work on a painting even as dawn approached. The image she created showed a woman stepping out of shadow into sunlight, her face turned upward with an expression of wonder and hope. When Dr. Chen arrived for her morning routine, she found Elena herself sitting before the easel, adding final touches to the painting her avatar had begun. It was the first time a patient had been consciously present during the artistic process, a breakthrough that suggested the boundary between avatar therapy and conscious healing was beginning to dissolve. "I dreamed I was painting," Elena explained, her voice stronger than Dr. Chen had ever heard it. "But when I woke up, I was holding the brush, and I could remember everything. Every session my avatar attended, every painting it created. They were all me, just parts of me I couldn't reach before." The integration of avatar and conscious mind represented a new phase in the therapeutic process. Patients began reporting dream memories of the midnight sessions, and some requested conscious participation in the art therapy program. The boundary between sleeping and waking healing began to blur in ways that enhanced both. Batman documented these developments with growing amazement. What had begun as an investigation of impossible occurrences had revealed a therapeutic breakthrough that challenged fundamental assumptions about consciousness, healing, and the nature of identity itself. As the program continued to evolve, Batman found himself returning regularly not as an investigator, but as a witness to ongoing miracles of human resilience and creativity. Each midnight session reinforced his understanding that healing took forms beyond anything medical textbooks described, that recovery often required approaches that conventional wisdom would dismiss as impossible. The mural that now covered the art therapy room had become a pilgrimage site within Arkham, visited by staff, patients, and researchers who came to study what collective healing looked like when expressed through art. Each painting contributed to a larger story about transformation, connection, and the possibility of finding beauty, even in places designed for containment. On his final scheduled observation, Batman watched Basil maintain 10 avatars simultaneously, his greatest achievement yet. The session that night produced work of extraordinary beauty and emotional depth, paintings that seemed to glow with inner light and possibility. As the avatars completed their work and prepared to dissolve back into dreams, Batman understood that he was witnessing something that would reshape his understanding of justice and mercy forever. The midnight art sessions had shown him that healing and punishment were not opposites, but different aspects of the same fundamental human need for transformation. In helping others find the healthy personalities buried beneath their pathology, Basil had found his own path toward wholeness. In expressing their deepest hopes and fears through avatar art, patients had discovered reserves of strength and beauty they never knew they possessed. As Batman left Arkham that final time, he carried with him not just documentation of an extraordinary therapeutic program, but a renewed understanding of what rehabilitation could mean. The impossible had become routine, the supernatural had become therapeutic, and the most unlikely healer had emerged from among the most damaged souls. Dr. Chen continued her work, now supported by official recognition and adequate resources. Basil maintained his avatar sessions, finding increasing stability and purpose in his role as facilitator of others' healing. The patients who participated showed continued improvement, with several eventually graduating to minimum security or community-based treatment programs. The mural continued to grow, each new edition expanding the visual narrative of collective healing and hope. And in quiet corners throughout Arkham, other impossible therapeutic programs began to emerge, inspired by the understanding that healing often required approaches that wisdom might never fully explain, but results could never deny. As Batman returned to his other duties in Gotham, he carried the lessons of the midnight art sessions with him. In every encounter with Arkham's patients, in every decision about justice and punishment, he remembered the faces of avatars, expressing hopes and dreams that their conscious minds couldn't access. He remembered that beneath every damaged psyche lived a person worthy of the chance to create beauty from their brokenness. The night sessions continued, painting their way toward dawns that held more hope than anyone had dared imagine possible. And in the growing light of each new day, the impossible became simply another word for healing that transcended all expectations of what recovery could achieve. While art reveals the hidden potential within Arkham's patients, another therapeutic discovery emerges from the most unlikely source. Deep in the asylum's foundations, where the building's roots literally intertwine with Gotham's earth, a different kind of healing grows. In gardens that shouldn't thrive, and soil that transforms toxicity into growth, another patient has found a way to nurture not just plants, but the psychological recovery of everyone around her. Join us for the rooftop garden. The autumn morning mist hung over Arkham Asylum like a benediction, softening the Gothic architecture until the building seemed less fortress than monastery. Batman stood on a neighboring rooftop, studying the asylum through binoculars that revealed details invisible to casual observation. What had drawn his attention was something that shouldn't exist. A thriving garden on Arkham's uppermost level, green and lush in defiance of Gotham's notorious air pollution and the approaching winter season. The reports had reached him through environmental monitoring data that Wayne Enterprises routinely collected across the city. Air quality sensors positioned near Arkham showed readings that made no scientific sense. Oxygen levels significantly higher than surrounding areas, particulate pollution dramatically reduced, and chemical signatures suggesting plant life far more extensive than any rooftop installation should support. Dr. Jorge Flores, Arkham's horticultural therapist, had been requesting budget increases for his garden program for 3 years, citing extraordinary success rates in patient rehabilitation. But the financial records showed expenditures far below what such a thriving ecosystem should require, and the therapeutic outcomes exceeded anything documented in professional literature on horticultural therapy. Something impossible was growing on Arkham's roof, and Batman intended to understand what and how. The morning's investigation began with a review of Arkham's architectural plans, which showed the rooftop designated as structural space with minimal weight-bearing capacity. According to the original blueprints, the area should support nothing more substantial than ventilation equipment and emergency access infrastructure. Yet satellite imagery revealed garden beds, greenhouse structures, and what appeared to be mature trees that should have been impossible to establish in such a location. Batman's first approach was through official channels, arriving at Arkham as Dr. Wayne for a consultation on environmental factors affecting patient recovery. Dr. Flores met him in the main lobby, a man in his 50s whose weathered hands and sun-touched skin spoke of decades working with growing things. His enthusiasm for his program was immediately evident, but so was a careful wariness when discussing specific details about the garden's exceptional productivity. The therapeutic benefits are remarkable, Dr. Flores explained as they rode the elevator toward the roof. Patients who participate in the gardening program show significant improvements in mood regulation, decreased aggression, better sleep patterns, There's something about working with plants that reaches parts of their psychology that traditional therapy struggles to access. The elevator opened onto a rooftop that defied every expectation Batman had formed. Instead of the modest container garden he had anticipated, he found himself in what could only be described as a botanical paradise. Raised beds stretched across the available space in elegant spirals that seemed to follow some natural mathematical progression. Greenhouse structures, constructed with materials that appeared far more sophisticated than Arkham's budget should allow, housed tropical plants that had no business thriving in Gotham's climate. But it was the trees that truly challenged belief. Mature specimens that should have required decades to reach their current size, and sophisticated root systems that should have been impossible to establish on a rooftop installation. Their branches spread wide enough to provide meaningful shade, their leaves showing the deep green of perfect health despite the season and location. "This is extraordinary," Batman said, and for once the amazement in his voice required no performance. "How long has this garden been established?" Dr. Flores's smile held secrets. "The basic infrastructure has been in place for about 18 months, but the real growth has occurred in the past year. We've had consultation from someone with exceptional expertise in botanical development." They walked along paths that wound between the garden beds, and Batman began to notice details that spoke of intelligence and planning far beyond conventional horticulture. The plants were arranged not just for aesthetic appeal, but in patterns that seemed to optimize light usage, create beneficial microclimates, and support complex interactions between species that shouldn't naturally coexist. The vegetables growing in one section displayed impossible variety and vigor. Tomatoes, peppers, leafy greens, even cold-sensitive herbs that should have died with the first frost. Yet here they flourished in late autumn, their produce showing the kind of quality that commercial greenhouses struggled to achieve with controlled environments and chemical supplements. "The patients who work here," Dr. Flores continued, gesturing toward a group therapy session taking place in a circular clearing surrounded by flowering shrubs, "report experiences that go beyond simple satisfaction with gardening. They describe feeling connected to something larger than themselves, understanding growth processes in ways that help them understand their own psychological development." Batman observed the therapy session, noting the participants' unusual level of engagement. These were patients from Arkham's maximum security wing, individuals whose conditions typically made group activities impossible. Yet here they worked together with focused attention, communicating effectively, showing none of the agitation or defensive behaviors that characterized their usual interactions. One patient in particular drew his attention. A woman who moved among the plants with extraordinary awareness, seemingly able to sense their needs without obvious examination. She touched soil with fingertips that appeared to read moisture levels, adjusted plant supports with the confidence of someone who understood exactly what each specimen required. "That's Sarah," Dr. Flores said, following Batman's gaze. "We call her Roots because of her intuitive connection to the garden. She was catatonic when she arrived 6 months ago, completely unresponsive to any form of therapy. But in the garden, she shows awareness and capability that amazes our entire staff." Batman watched Sarah work, noting the way other patients seemed to take cues from her movements, following her guidance in caring for plants as if she possessed knowledge none of them questioned. There was something about her interaction with the garden that suggested more than therapeutic benefit. It looked like genuine communication between human and plant consciousness. "I'd like to understand the garden's design principles," Batman said. The plant arrangements seem unusually sophisticated. Dr. Flores's expression grew more guarded. Yes. We've been fortunate to have guidance from someone with exceptional botanical expertise. The arrangements you're seeing represent applications of advanced permaculture principles, companion planting theories, and some experimental approaches to plant psychology that aren't widely documented in agricultural literature. They continued their tour, and Batman began to recognize patterns that spoke of intelligence far beyond human horticultural knowledge. The garden wasn't just arranged for optimal growth. It was designed as a living system that processed and transformed environmental inputs in ways that benefited both plants and human participants. Air quality monitors stationed throughout the rooftop showed readings that confirmed the environmental data that had first drawn Batman's attention. Oxygen levels were significantly elevated, pollution particles were being actively filtered from the atmosphere, and the chemical signatures indicated biological processes that were cleaning Gotham's notoriously toxic air at a rate that should have required massive industrial filtration systems. The plants are processing more than just carbon dioxide, Batman observed, studying the monitoring equipment. They appear to be actively removing industrial pollutants, chemical residues, even traces of pharmaceutical compounds from the atmosphere. Dr. Flores nodded slowly. The garden seems to function as a living filter for environmental toxins. We're not entirely sure how the process works, but the effects are measurable and beneficial for everyone who spends time here. As they moved deeper into the garden, Batman noticed architectural details that shouldn't have been possible within Arkham's structural limitations. The raised beds were supported by root systems that extended far beyond what the rooftop installation should allow. Sophisticated irrigation networks connected plants across the entire space, creating water distribution systems that operated without visible pumps or mechanical infrastructure. The root systems, Batman said, kneeling to examine a section where the garden bed construction was visible. They extend beyond the rooftop structure. How is that possible without compromising the building's integrity? Dr. Flores paused beside him, clearly weighing how much to reveal. Our botanical consultant has expertise in root development that goes beyond conventional understanding. The systems you're seeing have been integrated with the building's structure in ways that actually strengthen rather than compromise architectural integrity. Batman traced the visible root patterns, recognizing organizational principles that resembled neural networks more than typical plant development. The roots didn't just anchor plants and absorb nutrients. They formed complex communication systems that connected the entire garden into a unified biological entity. That afternoon, Batman returned to the garden during a scheduled therapy session, observing from a position that allowed detailed study of patient interactions with the plants. What he witnessed challenged his understanding of both horticultural therapy and plant behavior. Patients worked individually with specific plants, but their activities seemed coordinated by an intelligence that directed their efforts toward collective goals. When one patient watered a section of vegetables, another would simultaneously tend to companion plants in a different area, creating care patterns that optimized the entire ecosystem's health. Most remarkably, the plants appeared to respond to patient emotional states in ways that provided therapeutic feedback. A patient struggling with anxiety would find themselves drawn to herbs whose scent had calming properties. Someone dealing with depression would be guided toward flowering plants whose colors and fragrances seemed specifically chosen to elevate mood. Batman watched Sarah work with a patient who had been admitted following a severe psychotic episode. The man's hands shook with medication side effects, and his attention span was severely limited by his condition. But under Sarah's guidance, he began working with a section of leafy greens that seemed to absorb his nervous energy, their leaves growing visibly more vibrant as he tended them. The plants are responding to neurochemical signatures, Batman realized, understanding flooding through him as he observed the interactions. They're processing stress hormones, medications, even emotional biochemistry through direct contact with the patients. The revelation led him to examine the garden's relationship to Arkham's building systems more carefully. The root networks he had observed extending beyond the rooftop didn't just provide structural support. They connected to the asylum's ventilation systems, creating biological filters that processed the chemical signatures of madness itself. That evening, Batman gained access to Arkham's mechanical systems, following ductwork and utility corridors to understand how the rooftop garden interfaced with the building's infrastructure. What he discovered exceeded his most extraordinary expectations. The root systems extended throughout Arkham's structure, following ventilation shafts and utility passages to create a living nervous system for the entire building. Specialized root formations connected to air intake systems, processing the chemical traces of patient medications, stress hormones, and neurochemical imbalances that the asylum's atmosphere carried. The garden wasn't just growing on Arkham's roof. It was integrated into every level of the facility, creating a biological support system that monitored and responded to the psychological states of everyone inside the building. It was as if the asylum itself had developed a form of consciousness, one that understood healing and worked actively to support patient recovery. Batman traced root networks that led to specific patient areas, noting correlations between root density and therapeutic success rates. Sections of the building with more extensive plant integration showed lower rates of violent incidents, better sleep patterns among patients, and improved responses to traditional therapy. The system was extraordinary, but it also suggested capabilities that went far beyond normal plant biology. Batman began to suspect that the garden's botanical consultant was someone with abilities that extended into superhuman territory. His suspicions were confirmed when he discovered a section of the building that had been converted into a specialized growing environment. Unlike the rooftop garden's natural appearance, this area showed signs of advanced biotechnology, climate control systems that operated without visible equipment, soil compositions that included elements not found in natural earth, and plant specimens that displayed characteristics impossible in conventional botany. At the center of this hidden greenhouse sat Pamela Isley, her red hair catching the glow of grow lights that seemed to emanate from the plants themselves rather than artificial fixtures. She was connected to the garden through root-like appendages that extended from her body, creating direct neural links with the plant network she had developed throughout Arkham. Poison Ivy looked up as Batman entered, her expression showing no surprise at his arrival. "I wondered when you'd trace the root systems back to their source," she said, her voice carrying the contentment of someone who had found meaningful work. "Dr. Flores has been remarkably discreet about my involvement, but the garden's capabilities were bound to attract investigation eventually." Batman studied the integration between Ivy and her plants, noting the biological interfaces that allowed her to monitor and direct the entire ecosystem. "You're processing the chemical signatures of every patient in the facility," he said, using the plants to filter their medications, stress hormones, neurochemical imbalances. Ivy nodded, her connection to the plant network allowing her to maintain awareness of Arkham's entire atmospheric chemistry. "The building was poisoning them," she explained. "Not intentionally, But the concentration of psychiatric medications, stress biochemistry, and emotional toxins was creating an environment that worked against healing. The plants process those toxins, converting them into growth nutrients, while providing therapeutic compounds tailored to individual patient needs. She gestured toward displays that showed real-time monitoring of chemical processes throughout the building. Sarah Roots responds so well to the garden because she's naturally sensitive to the biochemical communication between plants and humans. Her catatonia wasn't psychological withdrawal, but neurochemical overwhelm. The plants help regulate her brain chemistry through direct biochemical exchange. Batman examined the monitoring systems, amazed by the sophistication of the biological processing that Ivy had developed. You're essentially providing customized pharmaceutical therapy through plant-based delivery systems. More than that, Ivy said, pride evident in her voice. Traditional medications treat symptoms by suppressing neurochemical activity. The plant-based therapy I've developed works with natural brain chemistry, supporting healthy neural function rather than medicating it into submission. She showed him detailed records of patient improvements, correlating therapeutic breakthroughs with specific plant interactions and biochemical interventions. The data revealed recovery patterns that conventional psychiatry struggled to achieve, with patients showing genuine psychological healing rather than mere symptom management. The arrangement with Arkham's administration, Batman said. How did you negotiate minimum security status in exchange for therapeutic gardening? Ivy's smile held both satisfaction and irony. They needed results, more than they needed to maintain their preconceptions about treatment methods. I offered to create a therapeutic program that would reduce violent incidents, improve patient outcomes, and lower facility operating costs. In exchange, I requested accommodations that would allow me to work effectively. She explained the careful negotiations that had led to her current status. Technically still an inmate, but housed in facilities that allowed her to maintain her plant networks and provide therapeutic services under professional supervision. Dr. Flores served as her official liaison, ensuring that her contributions remained within ethical boundaries while maximizing their therapeutic potential. The patients don't know you're involved, Batman observed. They don't need to know, Ivy replied. The healing they experience comes from their own interactions with the plants, their own capacity for growth and recovery. I simply provide an environment that supports those natural processes more effectively than traditional institutional settings. Batman spent hours in Ivy's greenhouse laboratory, studying the complex biological systems she had developed for therapeutic purposes. The plant networks formed sophisticated diagnostic tools that could identify psychological conditions through biochemical analysis, then provide targeted interventions through carefully chosen aromatic compounds, tactile experiences, and even nutritional supplements delivered through the garden's produce. You're using the same abilities that once made you a terrorist, he said, but applying them to healing rather than destruction. Ivy's expression grew thoughtful. The abilities haven't changed, but my understanding of what constitutes ecological balance has evolved. Human psychological health is part of environmental health. Healing damaged minds contributes to healing damaged ecosystems. They're not separate problems requiring separate solutions. She showed him plans for expanding the therapeutic garden program, potentially creating similar systems in other institutional settings. Mental hospitals, addiction treatment centers, even prisons could benefit from integrated plant-based therapy systems. The applications are limited only by institutional willingness to accept unconventional approaches. At night, Batman observed a therapy session that demonstrated the full scope of Ivy's therapeutic ecosystem. Patients worked with plants that had been specifically selected and prepared to address their individual psychological needs. The garden responded to their emotional states in real time, providing biochemical feedback that supported therapeutic breakthroughs. He watched Sarah guide another catatonic patient through first interactions with the plant network, showing how the biochemical communication helped regulate overwhelmed nervous systems. The improvement was immediate and dramatic. A patient who hadn't responded to months of traditional therapy began showing awareness and engagement within minutes of plant contact. The root network extends throughout the building, Dr. Flores explained as they observed the session. Patients in other areas of Arkham benefit from the atmospheric processing, even if they don't directly participate in garden activities. Sleep patterns improve, agitation decreases, and traditional therapy becomes more effective when patients aren't fighting against environmental biochemical stressors. Batman studied readings from monitoring equipment that tracked the garden's influence throughout the facility. The data showed measurable improvements in air quality, reductions in atmospheric toxins, and chemical signatures that indicated active therapeutic compounds being distributed through the building's ventilation systems. The entire asylum is becoming a therapeutic environment, he said, understanding the full scope of what Ivy had accomplished. Not just the garden, but the building itself is participating in patient healing. The transformation was remarkable. Arkham, traditionally a place of containment and symptom management, was becoming something approaching a healing sanctuary. The integration of Ivy's plant networks had created an institutional environment that actively supported recovery rather than merely preventing harm. Over the following weeks, Batman documented the garden program's effects across multiple metrics. Violent incidents had decreased by 60% since the program's implementation. Patient participation in traditional therapy had improved significantly. Sleep disorders, a chronic problem in institutional psychiatry, had become manageable. Even staff morale and retention had improved as the working environment became more pleasant and therapeutic outcomes more rewarding. The success attracted attention from other facilities. The replication proved impossible without someone with Ivy's unique abilities. Instead, the program inspired research into plant-based therapeutic environments and encouraged psychiatric institutions to consider biological approaches to healing alongside traditional pharmaceutical interventions. Dr. Flores began consulting with other facilities, sharing techniques that could be implemented within normal horticultural capabilities, while emphasizing the importance of viewing plants as active therapeutic partners rather than passive environmental enhancements. The lesson isn't that every facility needs a botanical metahuman, he explained during one consultation. It's that we need to understand healing as an ecological process. Patients recover within environments that support growth, just like plants thrive in soil that provides proper nutrients and conditions. Batman observed one particularly meaningful therapy session during the winter months, when the garden's defiance of natural growing seasons was most apparent. Snow covered Gotham, but Arkham's rooftop bloomed with flowers that seemed to generate their own warmth, vegetables that ripened regardless of temperature, and trees whose leaves remained vibrant green despite the season. Patients worked in the garden, wearing light clothing, comfortable in microclimates that Ivy's plant networks maintained at optimal temperatures for both human comfort and plant health. The impossible growing season provided continuous therapeutic opportunities, ensuring that recovery work could continue regardless of external conditions. Seasonal affective patterns have essentially disappeared, Dr. Flores reported. Patients who typically experience significant depression during winter months maintain stable moods because of their regular exposure to the garden's therapeutic environment. Batman watched Sarah work with a patient who had been admitted following a severe manic episode. The man's energy, previously chaotic and destructive, was being channeled into garden work that seemed to absorb his excess nervous activity while providing productive focus for his scattered attention. The plants he tended grew visibly more robust under his care, their leaves becoming greener and their root systems strengthening as they processed his neurochemical output. It was a perfect example of the symbiotic relationship Ivy had created. Patients provided plants with biochemical nutrients while receiving therapeutic compounds and emotional regulation in return. It's mutual healing, Batman realized, watching the exchange between human psychology and plant biology. The patients aren't just being treated by the garden, they're participating in its health and growth. Ivy, monitoring the session through her plant network, confirmed his understanding. Traditional therapy often places patients in passive roles, receiving treatment from external sources. The garden creates active partnerships where patients contribute to healing processes rather than simply submitting to them. As winter deepened, the contrast between Arkham's internal environment and Gotham's harsh external conditions became more pronounced. The asylum had become a sanctuary not just from violence or self-harm, but from the environmental factors that contributed to psychological distress. Air quality within the building remained healthy regardless of industrial pollution outside. Patients experienced stable, supportive atmospheric chemistry, even when external stresses would normally trigger psychiatric episodes. The building itself had become a therapeutic tool, processing urban toxicity and converting it into biological support for recovery. Batman spent one memorable evening in the garden during a snowstorm, watching patients work peacefully among flowering plants while harsh winds and freezing temperatures battered the building. The greenhouse structures that protected the garden were more than weather barriers. They were biological membranes that allowed beneficial exchange while filtering harmful environmental inputs. "You've created something unprecedented," he told Ivy as they observed the session together. "Not just a treatment program, but a new model for institutional healing." Ivy's satisfaction was evident as she monitored her plant networks, tracking the therapeutic effects she was facilitating throughout the building. The applications could extend far beyond psychiatric treatment. Any institutional environment could benefit from integrated plant-based atmospheric processing. Hospitals, schools, senior care facilities. The technology exists. It's just a matter of institutional willingness to accept biological solutions. She showed him research data suggesting that similar systems could address environmental health problems in urban settings, using plants to process industrial toxins while providing mental health benefits to city populations. Healing individual psychology and healing environmental damage are the same work, she explained. Damaged ecosystems create psychological stress, while psychological health supports environmental stewardship. Spring's arrival brought new demonstrations of the garden's capabilities. Plants that had continued growing throughout winter began producing exceptional harvests of fruits and vegetables that supplied Arkham's kitchens with fresh, nutrient-dense food. The produce showed not just superior taste and nutritional content, but therapeutic properties that supported patient recovery through dietary intervention. The tomatoes help regulate serotonin production, Dr. Flores explained as they sampled the garden's harvest. The leafy greens provide compounds that support dopamine synthesis. Ivy has essentially created a pharmaceutical garden that delivers therapeutic nutrition through regular meals. Patients who participated in both growing and preparing the garden's produce showed accelerated recovery patterns. The complete cycle, from planting and tending to harvesting and eating, created psychological connections to growth processes that helped them understand their own capacity for positive change. Batman documented one particularly remarkable case, a patient with severe anorexia who had refused to eat for weeks before participating in the garden program. Working with food plants she had helped grow created a relationship to nutrition that bypassed her psychological resistance to eating. She began consuming meals again because the food represented growth and healing rather than dietary threat. The garden doesn't just provide therapy, Batman observed. It reframes the entire relationship between patients and their environment. Instead of feeling isolated and threatened, they experience themselves as part of a larger living system that supports their well-being. The program's success led to official recognition and expansion funding. Arkham's board approved construction of additional greenhouse facilities and integration of plant-based therapy systems throughout the institution. Ivy's status was formally adjusted to recognize her role as a therapeutic consultant, providing her with resources and recognition while maintaining appropriate oversight. Most importantly, the program inspired similar initiatives at facilities throughout the country as mental health professionals began understanding the connection between environmental health and psychological recovery. On a spring evening near the program's second anniversary, Batman joined Dr. Flores and Ivy for a celebration in the rooftop garden. The space had grown beyond recognition, with mature trees providing canopy cover for an understory of therapeutic plants that processed Arkham's atmosphere while providing beauty and biological connection for anyone who visited. The transformation was complete. What had once been a rooftop designated only for mechanical equipment had become a living sanctuary that demonstrated the healing potential of human-plant partnerships. Patients who had seemed beyond help were discovering recovery through connections to biological processes larger than their individual pathology. The work continues to evolve, Ivy explained, showing him expansion plans that would integrate plant-based therapy systems throughout Arkham's structure. Each patient presents unique opportunities to refine the therapeutic relationships between human psychology and plant biology. Batman studied monitoring data that showed continuing improvements in patient outcomes, staff satisfaction, and institutional effectiveness. The garden program had exceeded every expectation, creating healing environments that surpassed what traditional institutional psychiatry had achieved. As night settled over the garden, bioluminescent plants began providing gentle illumination that created a magical atmosphere for evening therapy sessions. Patients continued their work under soft, natural light that supported circadian rhythms while maintaining the therapeutic environment's peaceful atmosphere. "You've created more than a treatment program," Batman told Ivy as they observed the evening session. "You've demonstrated a new understanding of healing itself, not as something imposed from outside, but as a natural process that emerges when proper conditions support growth." Ivy smiled, her connection to the plant network allowing her to monitor the therapeutic effects she was facilitating throughout the building. Plants understand healing instinctively. They grow toward light, adapt to challenges, and support community health through root networks and chemical communication. Humans have the same capabilities. They just needed an environment that remembered how to nurture growth. The success of Arkham's garden program would inspire therapeutic innovations in institutions throughout the world, as healthcare professionals began understanding the connection between environmental health and psychological recovery. The impossible rooftop garden had become proof that healing required more than treating symptoms. It demanded creating conditions that supported natural growth toward wholeness. As Batman prepared to leave that evening, he paused for a final look at the garden that had transformed both Arkham and his understanding of institutional healing. Patients worked peacefully among plants that responded to their emotional needs, participating in recovery processes that honored both human psychology and biological wisdom. The garden continued its work through the night, processing atmospheric toxins while providing therapeutic compounds, maintaining optimal growing conditions while supporting human recovery, demonstrating that healing was not just possible but natural when proper conditions allowed both plants and people to grow toward their full potential. In the months that followed, the program would continue expanding, eventually creating the first fully integrated biotherapeutic institutional environment. Arkham would become a model for healing-centered design, showing how buildings themselves could become partners in recovery when biological intelligence was allowed to guide therapeutic innovation. The rooftop garden had grown beyond its physical boundaries to become a new understanding of what institutions could achieve when they embraced the natural world's capacity for transformation and renewal. It was therapy that honored both human potential and plant wisdom, creating healing that benefited individuals, communities, and the larger ecosystem that connected all living things. While therapeutic gardens transform Arkham's atmosphere through living systems, another section of the asylum operates on principles that seem to understand the deeper mysteries of human psychology. In quiet corridors lined with books, a different kind of healing unfolds through carefully chosen stories and personalized puzzles that reveal why certain patients need specific narratives at crucial moments in their recovery. Join us for Library Card Mysteries. The autumn afternoon light filtered through Arkham Asylum's library windows like amber honey, casting warm pools of illumination across reading tables, where patients sat absorbed in books that seemed impossibly well suited to their individual needs. Batman observed from the upper gallery, noting the unusual peace that pervaded what should have been one of the facility's more challenging spaces. A room where patients with various psychological conditions shared close quarters with potential weapons in the form of heavy hardcover volumes. Yet the atmosphere was one of deep concentration and genuine contentment. Patients who typically struggled with focus were reading steadily for hours. Individuals prone to agitation sat calmly, absorbed in their chosen texts. Most remarkably, several patients who rarely spoke were engaged in quiet discussions about the books they were reading, forming connections through shared literary experiences. The mystery that had drawn Batman's attention was documented in a series of reports from Miriam Sharp, Arkham's head librarian. Over the past 6 months, the library had implemented an unusual recommendation system, where patients could only check out books that had been specifically suggested for them by other patients. The system operated through anonymous cards placed in a modified card catalog, with each recommendation including a personalized riddle that, when solved, revealed why that particular book might be helpful for that particular reader. What made the system extraordinary was its accuracy. Patients consistently received book recommendations that addressed their specific psychological needs at precisely the moments when they were most ready to benefit from those particular stories or insights. The correlation was so precise that it had attracted attention from psychiatric researchers studying the relationship between narrative therapy and patient recovery. Batman had spent the morning reviewing statistical data that seemed to defy probability. Depression patients receiving books about characters overcoming despair exactly when their own mood disorders were most treatable. paranoid individuals getting mysteries where trust and skepticism were balanced themes precisely timed to their therapeutic breakthroughs, patients with identity disorders finding memoirs and character studies that addressed their specific psychological struggles. The recommendations weren't just therapeutically appropriate, they were prescient, arriving with timing that suggested whoever was creating them possessed detailed knowledge of each patient's psychological state and treatment progress. Miriam Sharp met Batman at the library's main desk, her silver hair caught in the afternoon light as she gestured toward the modified card catalog system that had become the center of the mysterious recommendation network. She was a woman in her 70s, whose decades of institutional work had given her an intuitive understanding of how books could serve as bridges between troubled minds and healing possibility. The system emerged organically, she explained, opening one of the catalog drawers to reveal hundreds of carefully handwritten recommendation cards. About 8 months ago, patients began leaving book suggestions for each other, anonymous notes describing why they thought certain titles might help specific individuals. What started as occasional kindness evolved into something much more sophisticated. Batman examined the recommendation cards, noting the precise handwriting and complex riddles that accompanied each suggestion. The riddles weren't simple puzzles, but multi-layered compositions that required understanding of both the recommended book's themes and the recipient patient's psychological patterns. One card, intended for a patient struggling with bipolar disorder, contained a riddle that wove together references to tidal cycles, emotional weather patterns, and the specific narrative structure of the recommended novel. Solving the riddle required understanding how the book's protagonist managed extreme emotional states, information that could provide valuable therapeutic insights for someone dealing with similar challenges. "The riddles are extraordinarily sophisticated," Batman observed, studying the mathematical precision hidden within seemingly playful wordplay. "They demonstrate understanding of psychology, literature, and individual patient histories that would be remarkable even for trained professionals." Miriam nodded, her expression showing both pride and puzzlement. "That's what makes the system so mysterious. The accuracy of recommendations suggests intimate knowledge of each patient's therapeutic needs, reading comprehension levels, and psychological readiness for specific types of narrative content. Yet, the system operates anonymously. Even I don't know who creates most of the recommendations." She led Batman deeper into the library, showing him reading nooks that had been established throughout the space to provide patients with quiet areas for solitary reading. These spaces were carefully designed to offer privacy while maintaining sightlines that ensured safety, creating environments where patients could lose themselves in books without feeling isolated or monitored. "The reading spaces are part of what makes the system work," Miriam explained. "Patients need to feel safe and unobserved when they're engaging with challenging material. Many of the books being recommended address difficult psychological terrain, trauma, identity, relationship patterns. The reading has to happen in spaces that feel protective rather than clinical." Batman studied the spatial design, noting how the reading nooks created what amounted to therapeutic environments disguised as simple library furniture. Each space was positioned to receive optimal natural light, furnished with comfortable seating that encouraged extended reading sessions, and strategically located to minimize distractions while maintaining connection to the larger library community. In one nook, a patient sat absorbed in a novel about intergenerational trauma, occasionally making notes in a journal that lay beside the book. In another, someone was reading a collection of poetry about recovery from addiction, their fingers tracing lines that seemed to speak directly to their experience. The books weren't just entertainment or distraction. They were serving as therapeutic tools that helped patients understand their own psychological journey. "A selection process," Batman said, How do patients know which books have been recommended for them? Miriam showed him the checkout system, which had been modified to function as the interface between anonymous recommendations and patient access. When a patient approached the desk, she would consult the card catalog to see if any recommendations had been left for them. If recommendations existed, she would present the associated riddles, allowing the patient to choose which puzzles they wanted to solve. The riddles serve multiple purposes, she explained. They ensure that patients actively engage with the recommendation rather than passively accepting suggested reading. They provide intellectual stimulation that many patients find satisfying, and they create a barrier that prevents patients from accessing books they might not be psychologically ready to handle. Batman watched this process in action as a patient named Thomas approached the desk. Miriam consulted her cards and found 3 recommendations waiting for him, each accompanied by a different riddle of varying complexity. Thomas chose the most challenging puzzle, working through mathematical relationships and literary illusions that eventually revealed why a specific memoir about overcoming paranoid thinking had been suggested for his current stage of recovery. The sophistication of the riddle impressed Batman. It demonstrated not just knowledge of the recommended book's content, but understanding of Thomas's specific psychological patterns, reading level, and therapeutic progress. The anonymous recommender had crafted a puzzle that served as both intellectual exercise and psychological assessment, ensuring that Thomas was ready to benefit from the suggested reading material. As Thomas left with his chosen book, Batman noticed other patients watching the interaction with interest. The recommendation system had created a community of readers who were invested in each other's literary journeys, even though the specific connections remained anonymous. The patients know they're helping each other, Miriam observed, but the anonymity prevents the process from becoming transactional or manipulative. They're contributing to healing without knowing exactly how or for whom. That afternoon, Batman requested access to the library's records to analyze patterns in the recommendation system. What he found challenged his assumptions about both the system's scale and its organizational complexity. The card catalog contained over 3,000 recommendation cards, accumulated over 8 months of operation. The handwriting analysis revealed contributions from approximately 40 different patients, but the distribution wasn't random. Certain handwriting styles appeared consistently on the most sophisticated recommendations, suggesting that while many patients contributed to the system, a smaller group was responsible for its most therapeutically precise elements. Cross-referring the recommendations with patient treatment records revealed correlations that bordered on the impossible. Books were being suggested with timing that aligned precisely with therapeutic breakthroughs, medication adjustments, and psychological readiness for specific therapeutic content. The anonymous recommenders seemed to possess not just literary knowledge, but detailed understanding of psychiatric treatment protocols and individual patient progress. Most intriguingly, the riddles showed mathematical precision that reminded Batman of patterns he'd encountered before. The wordplay incorporated geometric relationships, numerical sequences, and logical structures that spoke of a mind that thought in terms of puzzles and systematic problem solving. That evening, Batman remained in the library after official hours, observing the space during the quiet period when patients were typically restricted to their cells. He had positioned himself in the upper gallery, where architectural features provided concealment while maintaining visual access to the main library areas. At precisely 11 p.m., a figure emerged from the shadows near the card catalog. Even in the dim emergency lighting, Batman recognized Edward Nygma. Moving with careful purpose toward the recommendation system he had apparently been managing for months. Nigma carried a small notebook and several pre-written cards, suggesting this was a regular routine rather than an impulsive visit. He moved through the library with familiarity that spoke of extensive time spent in the space, consulting patient files that he had somehow gained access to, while crafting new recommendations based on information about therapeutic progress and psychological needs. Batman watched Nigma work, noting the meticulous care with which he crafted each recommendation card. The process involved reviewing patient files, analyzing their reading histories, assessing their current therapeutic status, and then creating personalized riddles that would guide them toward books that addressed their specific psychological challenges. The Riddler's approach to therapeutic book recommendations was as systematic and comprehensive as his approach to criminal puzzles had once been. He was applying the same intellectual rigor to helping fellow patients that he had once used to challenge Batman, but channeling his compulsive need for complexity toward healing rather than havoc. "You've been watching," Nigma said without looking up from the card he was writing. "I wondered when someone would trace the recommendation patterns back to their source." Batman stepped from the shadows, approaching the card catalog where the Riddler continued his work. "The system is extraordinary. The therapeutic accuracy suggests knowledge of psychiatric treatment that goes beyond what patients typically have access to." Nigma smiled, the expression holding both pride and self-awareness. "My compulsion for puzzles extends to psychological puzzles as well as logical ones, understanding what makes people tick, what narrative patterns will resonate with specific personality types, what stories can help someone reorganize their understanding of themselves. It's all puzzle solving, just applied to human psychology instead of mechanical systems." He showed Batman the notebook he carried, filled with detailed analyses of patients' psychological patterns, reading preferences, and therapeutic progress. The information was more comprehensive than most professional assessments, compiled through careful observation and systematic analysis of behavioral patterns. "How do you access patient files?" Batman asked, noting references to information that should have been restricted to medical staff. Nigma's smile grew more complicated. "People underestimate how much information is available to someone who knows how to observe systematically. I watch interaction patterns during group therapy, note which medications are being delivered to which patients, analyze behavioral changes that indicate therapeutic progress or setbacks. Most of what I need to create effective recommendations comes from careful attention rather than official access." Batman studied the recommendation cards Nigma was preparing, noting the increasing sophistication of the riddles and the precision of their therapeutic targeting. Each puzzle was crafted to serve multiple functions: intellectual engagement, psychological assessment, and therapeutic guidance combined into elegant compositions that revealed as much as they challenged. "The mathematical precision in your riddles," Batman observed. "It's similar to patterns in your criminal challenges, but applied to healing rather than harm." Nigma nodded, continuing his careful handwriting as he crafted a riddle for a patient struggling with identity disorders. "The same intellectual processes that drove my criminal behavior can be redirected toward constructive purposes. My need to create complex puzzles doesn't change, but the goals of those puzzles can be transformed from challenge to collaboration, from defeating others to helping them." He explained his understanding of how narrative therapy worked, how specific stories could help patients reframe their understanding of trauma, relationships, and personal identity. The books he recommended weren't just random selections, but carefully chosen therapeutic tools that addressed specific psychological needs at optimal moments in recovery processes. "Literature provides mirrors for psychology," Nigma continued, showing Batman a recommendation he was crafting for a patient dealing with survivor guilt. When someone reads about a character facing similar challenges, they can explore solutions and coping strategies in a safe, narrative space before applying those insights to their own lives. The riddle he was creating wove together references to the recommended book's themes with mathematical relationships that reflected the psychological patterns underlying guilt and forgiveness. Solving the puzzle would require understanding both the narrative content and the emotional dynamics it addressed. Batman watched Nigma work through the night, creating dozens of personalized recommendations based on his systematic analysis of patient needs and therapeutic progress. The process revealed not just intellectual capability, but genuine care for fellow patients' well-being, expressed through the medium that came most naturally to his compulsive personality. "Well, man?" Batman asked as dawn approached. "What motivated you to channel your abilities toward helping other patients rather than continuing your pattern of challenging authority figures?" Nigma paused in his writing, considering the question with apparent seriousness. "Isolation," he said finally. "My previous puzzles were designed to demonstrate intellectual superiority, to prove that I could outsmart anyone who tried to solve them. But intellectual superiority is ultimately isolating. It creates distance between puzzle creator and puzzle solver." He gestured toward the thousands of recommendation cards that filled the catalog drawers. "This system creates connection instead of separation. When someone solves one of my riddles and finds a book that helps them understand themselves better, we're collaborating rather than competing. The intellectual challenge serves healing rather than ego." As morning approached, Nigma completed his night's work and prepared to return to his cell before staff arrived for the day shift. But, before leaving, he showed Batman a special section of the catalog where he maintained what he called meta-recommendations, books suggested for patients who had become particularly skilled at solving his riddles and might be ready to help create recommendations for others. "The system is designed to be self-sustaining," he explained. "As patients develop puzzle-solving skills and literary insight, they can contribute their own recommendations. My role is becoming more supervisory than generative. I provide quality control and complex riddles for difficult cases, but the community of readers is increasingly able to help itself." Batman studied the meta-recommendation cards, noting how Nigma was essentially training other patients to continue the therapeutic book recommendation system. It was puzzle-solving education disguised as literary guidance, creating a sustainable support network that could function even without his direct involvement. "You're building a legacy," Batman observed. "A system that will continue helping patients long after you're no longer here to maintain it." Nigma nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. "The best puzzles are the ones that teach people to create their own solutions. This recommendation system isn't just about matching patients with books. It's about teaching them to understand the connections between narrative and psychology, so they can help themselves and each other more effectively." Over the following weeks, Batman observed the recommendation system's continued evolution. Nigma's training of other patients was producing results, with several individuals beginning to contribute their own sophisticated recommendations and riddles. The anonymous support network was growing more complex and more effective as it incorporated multiple perspectives on therapeutic reading. He watched one particularly meaningful interaction where a patient who had been receiving recommendations for months left her first suggestion for someone else. Her handwriting was careful and uncertain, but the riddle she created demonstrated understanding of both literary themes and psychological dynamics that she had learned through months of solving enigmas, more complex puzzles. "It's working," Miriam Sharp told Batman as they observed the growing community of patient recommenders. "The system is becoming genuinely collaborative, with patients helping each other not just through book suggestions, but through the intellectual challenge of creating and solving personalized riddles." The statistical outcomes continued to support the system's therapeutic value. Patients who participated regularly in the recommendation network showed improved reading comprehension, better abstract thinking skills, enhanced empathy, and more effective communication in group therapy settings. The anonymous support structure was creating bonds between patients that transcended their individual psychological conditions. Batman documented one particularly remarkable case study: a patient with severe social anxiety who had initially been unable to participate in any group activities. Through the anonymous recommendation system, she had been receiving books about characters who struggled with similar challenges, learning coping strategies through fictional examples before applying them to her own social interactions. After 6 months of receiving recommendations, she had begun contributing her own suggestions for other patients, developing enough confidence and psychological insight to help others facing similar struggles. The anonymous nature of the system had allowed her to practice social connection without the anxiety that direct interaction typically triggered. Dr. Sarah Chen, brought in to evaluate the program's psychological benefits, was impressed by the sophisticated understanding of therapeutic principles that the recommendation system demonstrated. "The patients are essentially providing each other with bibliotherapy," she reported, "but at a level of precision and individualization that would be difficult for professional therapists to achieve." She noted that the riddle-solving component added cognitive behavioral elements to the literary therapy, requiring patients to actively analyze their own psychological patterns in order to understand why specific books had been recommended for them. "It's not passive reading," Dr. Chen explained. "The riddles require patients to think about their own therapeutic needs, their personality patterns, their recovery goals. Solving the puzzles becomes a form of self-assist that enhances the benefits they receive from the recommended reading material." The success of the program attracted interests from other psychiatric facilities, though replication proved challenging without someone possessing Nigma's unique combination of intellectual ability, psychological insight, and compulsive dedication to creating complex puzzles. Instead, the program inspired research into peer support systems and the therapeutic applications of intellectual challenge in psychiatric settings. Miriam Sharp began consulting with other institutional libraries, sharing modified versions of the recommendation system that could operate within normal staffing and security constraints. While these adaptations couldn't match the sophistication of Nigma's personalized riddle system, they demonstrated the potential for patient-driven literary support networks. "The core principle is universal," she explained during one consultation. "Patients often understand each other's needs better than professionals do because they've experienced similar challenges. Creating systems that allow them to help each other anonymously can bypass many of the social anxieties and power dynamics that interfere with traditional peer support programs." As autumn deepened into winter, the library became increasingly central to Arkham's therapeutic environment. Patients who had never shown interest in reading were discovering books that spoke to their experiences, while avid readers were finding new depths of meaning in stories that had been precisely selected to address their psychological development. Batman observed one evening session where an informal book discussion group had formed among patients who had been receiving recommendations from the system. They were analyzing a novel about family trauma, sharing insights about the characters' coping strategies, and relating them to their own therapeutic experiences. The discussion demonstrated sophisticated understanding of psychological themes, literary analysis, and therapeutic principles that would have impressed university literature students. But more importantly, it showed patients supporting each other's recovery through shared intellectual engagement with carefully chosen narrative content. They're teaching each other, Batman noted, watching the group work through complex emotional themes with mutual support and genuine insight. The recommendation system has created a community of therapeutic readers who can help each other process difficult material. Nigma, observing from a concealed position, showed obvious satisfaction with the discussion group's analytical depth. The riddles train them to think systematically about psychological themes, he explained. Once they develop those analytical skills, they can apply them to any reading material, not just books that were specifically recommended for them. The winter months brought new challenges and opportunities for the recommendation system. Seasonal affective patterns among patients required different types of narrative support. Enigma adapted his riddle creation process to address the specific psychological needs that emerged during darker months. He began creating recommendations that emphasized themes of resilience, inner light, and finding meaning during difficult periods. The riddles incorporated seasonal imagery and metaphors that helped patients understand their own psychological cycles in the context of natural rhythms. Batman documented the system's adaptation to seasonal needs, noting how the recommendations evolved to provide appropriate therapeutic support throughout the year. It demonstrated the flexibility and responsiveness that made Nigma's system more effective than standardized therapeutic approaches. The beauty of personalized recommendations, Dr. Chen observed, is that they can respond to individual patient needs as those needs change. Instead of applying universal therapeutic approaches, the system provides customized support that adapts to each person's recovery journey. Spring's arrival brought evidence of the recommendation system's long-term effectiveness. Several patients who had been participating since the program's beginning were showing sustained improvement in psychological functioning, social skills, and therapeutic engagement. The sustained nature of their progress suggested that the literary support network was providing ongoing benefits rather than temporary symptom relief. One patient who had been receiving recommendations for over a year approached Batman during a library visit to express gratitude for the system's impact on her recovery. She had progressed from barely able to focus on simple texts to reading complex novels and contributing sophisticated recommendations for other patients. The books helped me understand that my experiences weren't unique, she explained. Reading about characters who faced similar challenges showed me that recovery was possible, that other people had found ways through the darkness I was experiencing. The riddles made me think about my own patterns and motivations in ways that helped me participate more effectively in therapy. Her transformation was remarkable, from isolated and uncommunicative to engaged and supportive of other patients' recovery. The recommendation system had provided not just individual therapeutic benefit, but a pathway to meaningful community contribution. As the program completed its first full year of operation, Batman compiled comprehensive documentation of its therapeutic impacts. The statistics were extraordinary. Reading comprehension had improved across all participating patients. Social anxiety had decreased significantly, and engagement with traditional therapy had increased markedly. Most importantly, the anonymous support network had created a sustainable system that continued providing therapeutic benefits with minimal professional oversight. Patients were helping each other through carefully chosen literary experiences, guided by riddles that enhanced their understanding of both narrative content and personal psychology. The Riddler's transformation from criminal puzzle maker to therapeutic facilitator represented one of the most successful redirections of pathological behavior that Batman had ever documented. Nigma's compulsive need to create complex challenges had found constructive expression through helping other patients understand themselves and their recovery processes. The core pathology remains, Dr. Chen noted in her final evaluation. Edward still has a compulsive need to create elaborate puzzles and demonstrate intellectual superiority. But the context has changed completely. Instead of using those compulsions to challenge and defeat others, he's using them to support and heal. The success led to official recognition of the library recommendation system as a legitimate therapeutic program. Funding was approved for expansion of the library's collection, with particular emphasis on books that address psychological themes and recovery narratives. Nigma was formally recognized as a peer counselor specializing in bibliotherapy, a designation that acknowledged his contributions while maintaining appropriate oversight of his activities. The role provided him with meaningful purpose while channeling his intellectual abilities toward healing rather than harm. On a warm spring evening, Batman joined the book discussion group that had evolved from the recommendation system. The conversation centered on a collection of recovery narratives, with participants sharing insights about resilience, transformation, and the ongoing nature of psychological healing. The discussion demonstrated the profound impact that carefully chosen literature could have on therapeutic understanding. Patients were analyzing complex psychological themes with sophistication that enhanced their own recovery while providing mutual support for others facing similar challenges. Literature provides safe spaces for exploring difficult emotions, one participant observed. When I read about characters dealing with trauma similar to mine, I can learn coping strategies and healing approaches without the immediate pressure of applying them to my own life. Another added, the riddles help us understand why certain books were chosen for us. Solving the puzzles makes us think about our own patterns and needs, which helps us get more benefit from the reading. The conversation continued for 2 hours, with participants sharing insights that demonstrated both literary analysis skills and psychological understanding that would have been remarkable in any academic setting. But beyond intellectual achievement, the discussion revealed a community of mutual support that had emerged from the anonymous recommendation system. Batman observed Nigma watching from the periphery, his satisfaction evident as he saw the results of his systematic approach to therapeutic puzzle-making. The Riddler had found a way to use his intellectual gifts constructively, creating challenges that healed rather than harmed, puzzles that brought people together rather than driving them apart. As the discussion concluded, several participants approached the card catalog to check for new recommendations, continuing the cycle of anonymous literary support that had transformed reading from individual activity to community healing practice. The library had become more than a collection of books. It was a therapeutic ecosystem where patients helped each other through carefully chosen stories and thoughtfully crafted intellectual challenges. The recommendation system had demonstrated that healing could emerge from the most unlikely sources when pathological behaviors were redirected toward constructive purposes. Walking through Arkham's corridors after the discussion group ended, Batman reflected on the profound transformation he had witnessed. The Riddler's compulsive need to create elaborate puzzles had evolved into a sophisticated system for therapeutic support, showing that even the most seemingly destructive psychological patterns could be channeled toward healing when provided with appropriate structure and purpose. The anonymous recommendation network continued operating throughout the night, with patients discovering books that had been chosen specifically for their psychological needs, solving riddles that enhanced their self-understanding, and contributing their own suggestions to help fellow patients on their recovery journeys. In quiet reading nooks throughout the library, patients absorbed stories that provided mirrors for their own experiences, learning about resilience and recovery through carefully selected narrative content. The therapeutic power of literature, enhanced by personalized riddles and anonymous peer support, had created a healing environment that complemented traditional therapy, while providing unique benefits that medical interventions couldn't achieve. The library card mysteries had revealed themselves to be not mysteries at all, but systematic applications of intellectual rigor to the ancient human practice of healing through story. In transforming his compulsions from criminal challenges to therapeutic support, the Riddler had discovered a form of redemption that honored both his psychological needs and his community responsibilities. As dawn approached, the library settled into quieter rhythms, but the recommendation system continued its work. Anonymous cards waiting in catalog drawers, riddles prepared to guide patients toward books that would help them understand themselves and their possibilities for recovery, stories ready to provide safe spaces for exploring the complex territory of psychological healing. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.